Hello everyone, and welcome once again to the Blender Robot Manufactory, proud supporters of automatons for a better tomorrow. So, today on the show I'm back in Unity, and I'm going to keep trying to do some programming on stream. So the last time I successfully put in the security camera, and I might even design some maps for the security camera before I start working on the... No, I'll just make the acid dumper. Yeah, so I hope all of you had a great Christmas if you celebrate that, or a great Tuesday if you don't celebrate it. And I guess I'm just going to go ahead and first of all I'm going to start up the start up the game, and just have a look at this, make sure it's generating the room okay, and all this seems fine. As you can probably see, we've made some serious... Hey, City of Carolers! As you can see, we've made some serious changes to the block textures. And I feel like it looks a lot more interesting, a lot more professional. That's all thanks to the hard work of City of Carolers toiling away in the texture mines. So you can see now there's a few different kinds of textures we can get in here, and they tile really well. Same thing with the indestructible blocks. So I'm really excited about, I don't know, about having everything look more interesting. The old style blocks did get pretty repetitive. And I will still need to do some stuff with, at least for the indestructible blocks. I'd like it if, when you go to a different area, it has different colors of blocks. That's going to take a little doing, but I think it's possible, and it's something I'd like to have in the game before it's released. So yeah, the acid dumper. Guess I'll just go ahead and bring in the model and start figuring out what this thing needs. Yeah, I don't think I'm putting bats in the game. At some point I am going to program pigeons, so that'll be fun. And you know, so I've been working on making some serious changes to pathfinding, just streamlining it, eliminating bugs and stuff. And it's working really well. Like, we've gotten rid of that bug where the game starts freezing because one NPC, did I really say there was an acid bat? I don't remember that. We've gotten rid of that bug where the game just freezes because one NPC is requesting too much pathing data. But I'm still ironing out some bugs in there. And my head's still kind of all tangled up in that. No, City, that's a vat, not a bat. It's totally different. Yeah, so especially doing things like making sure that too many NPCs don't request pathing data all at once. And there's also something I'd like to know of that. There's also something I'd like to add where if a specific NPC is requesting too much pathing data, probably because the NPC is stuck in a hole or something, I'd really like it if the NPC would go on a cooldown so they can't just keep asking for pathing data. And that's something I'm going to be working on tomorrow off stream. Yeah, this, I know a lot of video games have bats, but this isn't one of them. So, let's go into here. And let's have a look at all the stuff I got here. I don't believe I've added this in before, so I'm just going to right-click here, create folder, and we're going to call this acid vat VAT. Go in here, and first thing I probably need to do is locate this thing in Blender. Boots, documents, BRM, models, 2.79, and I guess I named this acid pipe here. And here it is. It seems like it's basically rigged up fine and everything. Now something first of all, I should just like give this thing another inspection, make sure everything looks all right. Like, let's turn the mask off and look at the pistons and such. It seems like I still have this separated into way more objects than it needs to be. So really I just need mirrored and unmirrored bits. So I'm going to start working on that, like this alcove thing, the vat, that can all be one thing. Yeah, I think so. So let's see what I can do with that. Guess I should make sure that these all have the same kind of mirror modifier. So this joins to this. The glass does need to be its own thing. What else have we got? Dropper arms. Yeah, those can absolutely be part of this. These can join together. So it does look like that messed up the auto smooth a little. Then what is the slider? That can go here. And dropper tube, that can absolutely go on the same object. So we've got the hose is an asymmetrical detail. So let's just say asymmetry. I'm sure I'm not spelling this right, but whatever. Okay, let's see what you clipped. Oh no, I've been reported. Create folder, and we're going to call this create folder, and we're going to call this create folder, and we're going to call this create folder. City, you know clips exist for more than making it look like the streamer's cursing, right? I mean, that's their primary use, but you can do other things with them too. And then Symmetry. Maybe that's how you spell that. I don't know. Then you have the mask. You got the glass. So then the other thing I need to do is make sure these are all on the same texture and have no materials, because it turns out that's a thing that Unity checks for. So these are all on the top palette. Mask is also on palette, right? All right, so from the top, this is all on palette. What? No, that's wrong. Then go to glass, mask, symmetry, and that should all be good. So the other thing I need to do is, first of all, I should make sure that this even has the right yeah, does it still have the armature modifier? And the other thing is, I bet I didn't put this on the root bone, so we'll go ahead and do that. And let's see if this animation still works. Very nice. All right, and then it's got an idle, and that doesn't do anything, as it shouldn't. So then I guess I need to make sure that the transforms are applied. They are. And I think that's all I really need here. Then we're going to save file, save as documents. Actually, no. File, save as acid pipe. And then I've had some issues with the collaboration features. Yeah, maybe it does need some rivets. I don't know, maybe we'll just save this file and send it over to Hellforge TV so he can go ahead and put some rivets on it. That guy just loves making rivets. So then BRM, models, equipment, and acid pipe. Dump her in there. Let's see if that worked. So there is some, like I said, there's an issue with meta files in Unity that leads to some bugs with the collaboration features. So I'm just going into here and making sure it made a meta file for this, because things go badly if you don't do that. I'm going to go ahead and tell it not to import materials. I've got all my own materials. And all that looks good. So let's put this thing in the scene and go ahead and first thing I'm going to do is move this thing to the starting room so we can start messing with it.
Hey, tutorial heads. Takes you to our tutorial page. Tutorial.
Hey, tutorial hands. Alright, and I'm zoomed way out, so let's just put this in the room. Yeah, something like right here. That's maybe a little smaller than I expected it to be. Yeah, Alan Resnick is the best. And that is negative 176, 1042. All right, so now I'm going to find something with a mask and copy the properties of the mask in order to gain the power of the mask. Yeah, I gotta put some mojo in there. So copy component set render queue. And for the mask, we are going to paste the component as new. Then I need to locate the mask background material. Cool, and now that should be visible through the wall. Throw the palette material onto these, and I'm going to need my glass material for this. Alright, let's go into the game and just have a look at if this looks alright on the wall, if it needs scaling. And something really does feel off about the scale of this. I could have sworn I made this larger. Let's go ahead and maximize. I mean, maybe I just didn't, but I could have sworn it was like 2 or 3 times as big as this. Also can't see the hose there, so that's interesting. Like, what is going on with this thing? Well, the mask isn't working for one, probably because it isn't forward enough. Yeah, every now and then, City. Is that what you did today? So I'm putting that in the wall. And what's going on with this mask? Like, why doesn't it work? Are the UVs backwards? Oh, maybe it's because I deactivated it inside of Blender. Were you walking around with your shirt backwards all day, City? This ought to... Okay. So it appears the normal is flipped here. So that's the... Oh, and I actually moved this file. So save as documents, Unity projects. No comment. Equipment, acid vat. Save. All right, so now that mask at least is working. So have the mistakes been corrected yet, or are you just kind of living with it and hoping no one notices? All right, the mask is working. The acid fat is still extremely small. Hey, Dr. Java, how are you doing? So, yeah, a lot of people just say robot. BRM is also fine. What have you been up to? Yeah, and my name off of Twitch is Jory, Jori, and that's also fine. Oh, cool, making voxels. So, just lowering that volume a bit. So are you just doing it as a test, or do you have something in mind for it? Oh, I see. So, let me see. So you're thinking like a 2D voxel thing? Brum, brum. Oh, that would be really cool. Yeah, I have, sorry, got distracted. A while back on the game development board, we posted like a tutorial someone put up online for like making a Minecraft clone with like chunks of three-dimensional blocks generated in code. But it sounds like you've already got all that figured out.
Hey, tutorial heads. Thanks for the tutorial page. Tutorial.
Yeah, I think that I bet the 2D version would be easier. I don't know, I'm sure it's a lot of work, like, converting it, though. That's not your jam. Oh, I see, yeah. That, I can see how that would be tricky. So instead of like one block and then another block, are you thinking you're going to draw slanted surfaces between them? Hey Sarah, how are you doing? Let me actually show you what I'm working on. Sarah's a streamer, City, and I just started watching. And they're making this awesome procedurally generated RPG on their stream with that like focuses on an ethics system. And I was really excited to find it. So, this is Creator Crate. Oh, I'm sorry. That's Raven, isn't it? I am so lost. Sorry, still getting used to the new name. Raven is also an awesome streamer. I am so sorry. I'm not awake today. She streams also Unity game development and music production. But I still 100% recommend following her. Speaking of which, how's all that been going, Sarah? Hey, Bits and Crafts, how are you doing today? Man, my brain just isn't working today. Oh, I see. Yeah, that is the goal today, Bits. Yeah, so what have you been working on, Zara? Are you still doing the procedural game with like old school Doom style graphics? Sorry again about not recognizing you. Still getting used to the new name. I'm melting. Okay, so just looking at this, like I think that's what I wanted. I intended this thing for this thing to be like twice as big as it was before. So was the retro FPS that you were doing, Dr. Java, was it also the one with Minecraft style blocks or something else? Yeah, the one that Zara's making, there's some videos of it if you scroll up a bit on the Gamedev section of the Discord. And it's just all, I mean, already it's got a whole lot of atmosphere in there. Just feels really moody. Great lighting and fog effects and things like that. And I don't know, maybe I'm just nostalgic, but the pixel style really works for me. So how many blocks wide is this thing going to be? Probably like, probably no more than 4. So let's go back into Blender and see if maybe I can scale this thing. I really need to get back into I need to start putting these in the game for scale before I animate them, because Blender is not good with scaling animations. So then move this forward. Oh yeah, and something else is I need to put a lip on this. Otherwise it's not going to meet up with the wall properly. And then let's go ahead and apply location, rotation, scale again. And first of all, let's just see if that looks good in Unity. Yeah, I'd love to see it, Dr. Java. You talking about the acid dropper city? Yeah, so, oh, I don't know. I'm thinking that this size feels about right. If I can still get it working with the animations like this. Making sure there's not any visual glitches either. Like, what is going on there? I think the mask might be Z-fighting a little. Oh yeah, so all of the songs are in the lower left corner of the screen. So this is Electronic Grocer by Sensualmente Grotesco. And most of the songs that we have on stream are Creative Commons songs from CC Mixer. Except for songs by the artist Victros, who's a friend of mine in real life. Yeah, but we got some great stuff off of CC Mixer. Also means that we don't have to worry about copyright issues with the videos. So did I get rid of the Z fighting issue? Yeah, Victros is a friend from Meat Space. Still feel like something might look weird there, but I think it's all right. Yeah, so what parts of the game have you been working on lately, Zara? In this game, been doing a lot of stuff with the pathfinding lately. My 3D friend do. Yeah, like the pathfinding was already pretty much working, but I've been making the code cleaner and patching up some bugs with it. And I'm expecting to knock all that out in the next few days, and then I can start working on cleaning up some code involving rooms spawning in and out when they're needed. So let's see if this animation still works. Like, this still looks alright. I've had issues in the past with animations. Oh, now you see this didn't go all the way up. So I think how it works is move is in world space, so anything that moves, I need to fix it after a scale or it won't work. So enemy AI, oh cool. I got to pick the brain of one of the people. Nice. Yeah, the enemy AI especially sounds interesting. So, what kinds of things does the AI do? So then this needs to slide back when it's done. Let's just... It needs to do that by this frame as well. No, by this frame maybe? Let's have a look at it. Oh, wow. That looks like fun. So it looks like a modern game made in the style of Doom and games from that period. So what kinds of advice did they have for you? Yeah, I'm really nostalgic for the art style of that period. Okay, so this animation is borked. Goes in. And then after it goes down, I can just eliminate any more motion of this thing. And really, I think I remember what I was doing with this. So this needs to be down at the end. And then, as long as it's pumping, it needs to be out. So like right up to here, it should be up. And then leave that up, leave that up. I just don't want this animating at all. Okay, that's better. Yeah, so if you don't mind my asking, Dr. Java, what do you do with all of the prototypes that you make? Is the goal mostly making tutorials, or or do you put them up as assets for other people to buy or use? So just kind of for the joy of making it. I Oh, I see. Yeah, I could really see some of that stuff. I mean, if you wanted to make money off of it, I could see it doing really well on like the Unity asset store. And if you didn't want to make money off of it, I'm sure, you know, if you made it open source and made the code available, people could get a lot of use out of that too. Alright, so this looks like it's doing what it should do again. And then for the idle animation, I need to insert that. And I think we're good on this again. So let's go ahead and save this thing. Go back to Unity. Let Unity update. And check the wall placement one more time. You know, I always think that I'm not going to do anything in Blender during these programming streams, but I always wind up back in Blender anyway. Okay, so that looks like it's placed properly. Go into the game, maximize, and I think that feels about right. Like, I'm going to need to reserve a pretty big space for this in a room, like it's 4 blocks wide, but I could see some rooms working well with this. So now, oh yeah, one more thing I want to do with this first. And I might even like this to be the kind of thing that takes a power source, so I can have wires going up to it, and if the electrical connection is severed, maybe it stops dumping acid. But, you know, not everything needs to be in the wire system. And I didn't really put a lot in the way of lights or electrical cables and stuff on this. So I think for now I'm just going to say this isn't an electrical thing. So it's -11.01. Then we're going over to equipment, acid mat. Oh yeah, there's something I want to check on this. Make sure it's only got one material. Okay, we're good on that. And go ahead and make a script for this. Acid fat control. And open her up. Whoops. And I am not messing with the pathing manager today. On stream anyway. Was messing with it just a little bit before the stream started. So this really shouldn't be a very complicated thing. You know, you would think that city, but I don't know. I'm thinking that on the space station, safety codes are a lot laxer. So, there's just all kinds of dangerous things on the space station. Alright, so the first thing I'd like to put in here is public game object. What is this? acid blob prefab. And then public animate. I think that's just animator, my animator. And then like yeah, it would be nice if this had a warning before it was getting ready to start. Maybe after I get the basic behavior, I'll put that in. Timer. My timer equals new timer. And let's go ahead and hook up what we've got so far. Acid vat control. Could make these public, right? And while we're at it, it would be nice if we had a animation controller for this. And wait, this thing only has a few animations. It's got dump acid, it's got idle. And let's just put a trigger in here. Call it activate. Make this the default state. And then when we activate, it goes to dump acid. When that's done, I just can't talk today. When that's done, it goes back to idle. And that is all it needs to do. So then we do acid vat animator here. We go over here, we give it the animator, and then I need to locate the acid blob. And I believe this is the same exact thing that happens when an acid vial breaks. Sure looks like it. Alright, so stick that on there. And, so basically how this needs to work is when it's time to dump the acid, it plays the animation. At the appropriate place in the animation, it starts making acid blobs, probably makes more than one of them. And then it stops making the blobs when it's done with all this. So go over here and say void prod make spawn blobs. Oh yeah, and let's also just put a public vector 3 blob spawn point. Then change this to just thinking about this. activate timer. Let's just put some test durations in this. So I like this thing to activate every 10 seconds. And I'd like the blobs to spawn every 0.5 seconds. If blob spawn timer has finished, and like the timers are just some really simple code for determining like when the timer starts and like when an amount of time has elapsed. Just cleans up this stuff a bit so I don't need to write that out every time. So if it's finished, I'd like the timer to start again. And create object. I'd like to spawn the sausage blob prefab. And we're going to do blob spawn point. And I better store my transform. And I'd like this to be at my transform rotation. And I mean, for now, maybe we'll just test this. Well, not awake, update. Figure out what the right place is for that spawn point. Like when I put these things in, I like testing each piece of it as I go. Okay, so I think the first thing I'd like to do is download what now? I'd like to just put a cube in and figure out where on this thing I'd like the spawn point to be. So I've already found one problem with my code, which is this seems to be the local position. So it looks like I'd like my spawn point. Yeah, I'd like it to be at about -1.9. Do that, delete the cube. And then, right. So I don't want to do it at the spawn point. I want it to do it at my transform position plus spawn point. And then deactivate that so it doesn't mess with initialization. Let's have a look at this, see if it's even doing something close to what I want. Oh yeah, it's perfect. I mean, it's probably going to crash the game if I keep this up because it's spawning them faster than they can deinstantiate. But yeah, that's pretty much exactly the behavior I want this thing to have. You know, maybe I'll even set this up so these acid blobs start with less life than the acid blob that the acid vial makes, since it's going to be spawning a lot of these at once. But yeah, good start. So now, let me think about this. Thinking. Okay, yeah, that might be good. So, if my activate timer has finished, then my animator, set trigger. I always forget if I made it this capital or not. No. Spam while player is alive, spam blobs. Okay, cool. So set trigger, activate, and then here's where it gets fun. Begin blob spawn. Name. Still need to mess with how far off this needs to be, but so we need begin blob spawning, and let's try 0.3. After this we'll do that. What is it, City? Yeah. Is something in my GUI triggering your GUI OCD, City? Or is it more a suggestion for the video games GUI? And I'm going to need to mess with these values. And in fact, it would be nice if I could figure out from the animation what I need to do. Okay, let me see. I will dismiss the dialogue, City. Is that better for you? Do you does that satisfy your need for GUI cleanness? Yeah, I do very little messing with the I do very little messing with how Windows in my operating system work and stuff like that. City's got a custom start page for her web browser, which is actually very visually appealing. Like, she's got buttons for all of the websites she visits the most often. So I need to figure out, like, I need to translate the frame to seconds. So at frame 11, we're going to start dumping acid. I need to do some calculations. So there's 24 frames in a second. 1 divided by 24 is 0.42. 0.42. No, that's not right. 0.042. So 0.042 times 11 is 0.46. Should be when we start. We'll see. And then when do we stop? We never stop. What is it, City? I think jalapeno Cheez-Its are better. I don't know. What do you think, chat? Would you like to weigh in on this? Everyone's got a vote on this one. So then this ends at 129 minus 11, which is, brain not working, 118. So 118 times 0.042 should be 4.96 is when this thing ends. We'll see if it's right. I'd actually be pretty surprised if this works. So then we've got a total of a little more than 5 seconds. So I think maybe we're good to go. We'll see. And I'm bringing in a lot of pieces of code I wrote here to make the code cleaner and have things like starting actions be a little, I don't know, a little less messy. But we shall see if it works. Okay, no, it doesn't work. My timing is very off. That's true, City, it is. So why doesn't this work? Like, we're going from frame 40 to... Alright, really frame 39 is... No, it should start here. I mean, I guess the animation's a little weird to start with. Like, this platform should be raising the whole time. 11 frames should be roughly half a second, so let's start there. And are we even, yeah, we should be doing 24 FPS on this thing. Yeah, so roughly half a second before it starts spawning these things. And then let's just go ahead and say we're just going to spawn them for a very short amount of time, just to see if the rest of this is right. Yeah, so your idea was you can like go back in time by, well, like you're as a platformer, and each stage is a comic panel, but you can go back to previous panels in order to change the flow of time. Oh, well, that would be the issue. So what have you been thinking about it, City? Okay, very nice. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, I think so too. So I need to fix the animation a bit because this platform isn't coming up enough. I need to make it so that I can spawn these acid splashes where they've got much less health. How's it going, Hellforge? Maybe I need to change around the spawn points a little because those don't... Well, I think I could connect it if I had a little particle coming out of this too. See if I can move past it while it's spawning. I might like them to spawn a little more frequently too. Oh, I see. That would be really cool. So the blob spawn timer, let's go ahead and make this thing go twice as frequently. Yeah, so how were they creating the music for Doom? Wonder if they even had like composition software, or if they were just programming it. Thank you so much for the subscribe, Alte. I'm turning on the party lights for this. Now you two can tell your favorite streamers to save every 5 seconds. How are you doing today, Alte?
Do remember to save the project. Come on.
Why don't you hit that save button? Oh, I see. Yeah, so what were they doing for the music and that? Yeah, again, thank you so much for the subscribe. I really appreciate it, Alte. So, I need to figure out how to make these acid blobs where, they've got a lower lifespan. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I watch a lot of Gamedev streams too. So thin, blob life loss. Now that's interesting, the blob life loss, because I could just have this thing, burn out really quickly. That might be good. What's the regular blob life loss for these? So it's 0.0004. If I want this to go a lot faster, let's just get that component and let's go over here. Thank you, Hellforge. Yeah, the Blender Robot Factory Discord is a great place to hang out and talk outside of stream. And we've also got a lot of great game developers and artists in there. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll have to check that out after the stream.
Developers.
Yeah, that mech you were making is looking fantastic, Hellforge. Really came together yesterday. So are you about ready to start texturing it now? And I'm going to say game object, new blob object, equals. Naming game object can't be found. And then acid blob control. New blob script equals new blob object. Get component. That should work. Alright, then the new blob script dot blob life loss. And let's have a look at blob life loss again. The amount to subtract from the lifetime. I don't have anything that says start lifetime, do I? I think it'll work just to change the blob life loss. Equals 0. What have I got it right now? Feels like it needs more. Oh, yeah. I don't know. It was looking really good to me. I don't know. I could take a look at a picture of it and see if anything pops out, but with the proportion fixes, it really is starting to feel finished. Okay, so it's 0004. Default blob life loss is... So I want a higher blob life loss than this. I'd really like all of these to melt away by the time it's ready to dump acid again. I suspect this isn't going to work, but let's go ahead and have a look at it. Okay, so it actually does work, but that is just, I set it a bit high. Let's see what happens when I get into the acid stream. It still does the right amount of damage, so I think this is really working out. Who is it who models anime characters, City? Yeah, we'll just put that in the maybe pile. Let's adjust this a bit and see if maybe it works now. And go back in here. Let's see if these disappear before it's ready to dump again. Oh, actually, that's just about right. So let's look at this. And I think I want to spawn these a little below this and have a nice coming out of the tube animation. And maybe I could even spawn these twice as frequently. But yeah, that feels pretty nice. So I'm going to move the spawn point down a bit. -3.3 maybe, just a guess. And spawn them twice as frequently. And once again, let's see if this feels right. This is just something that happens every now and then. Seems to be an editor bug, not an in-game bug, though. Just doesn't want to play. And you know, I think while you're talking about it, I'm going to go ahead and follow him too if I'm not already. Now they're probably wondering why someone just followed them and then immediately left. And let's look at this acid dumper again. Oh yeah. Turn off the health on the player so I don't get killed immediately. And you know, it's possible I want to pool these objects if I'm making this many of them. But that really does, I don't know, it doesn't seem like it's slowing down the game spawning them like that. Pretty easy to pool these things anyway. But look at that, that feels about right. Hey Nomians, how are you doing? Okay, that was weird. Oh, I know what happened. I turned health off. Of course, it's not going to affect me. I don't know. I'll probably pool these if I'm spawning this many at once. Still really nice. It feels about like this shower of acid ought to feel. If anything, I want the duration between these to be a bit less. Wow, am I really up to 300 followers? Yeah, I'm trying to leave the game in a playable state so City can play through the game, find bugs, and then I'm going to be sitting next to her with another computer. And I'm going to try to fix them in real time while she's playing. Wow, yeah, I had no idea I was near 300. So, less time between dumping. Takes 5 seconds to dump. And let's make the acid evaporate just a little faster. And let's go ahead and lower that spawn point a bit more. I guess it really would be nice if this worked with the electrical system because, yeah, maybe I need to reboot Unity. This happens every now and then. Would be nice if this worked with the electrical system because it would mean that there's, like one... Oh, wow, that is bad. It would mean there's one more way to get around this trap. And that would be why. So I think I know part of the issue with this. Should be 4.5. And I also made a mistake in where I spawned this. So this should be blob spawn point. Time is... Actually, no. Instead of blob spawn point, what we need is float. blob spawn offset. Get rid of this. And then what I'm going to do is, instead of blob spawn point, we're going to say my transform up times blob spawn offset. And eventually the editor will update for this. So let's have a look at this. Yeah, so is your shirt's now right side out city. Okay, and I like that. Blob spawn offset could even be lower. -5 maybe. Let's have a look at this. So I think if I have a nice particle effect of this coming out of the tube, it'll look pretty good. Let's see how this destroys blocks. This isn't quite ideal, but yeah, look at that. That is fun. Of course, it just destroys the blocks once and then it's done with it, but it does really melt through them. And look how it kind of partially destroyed the ones around it. That's also fun. Okay, so this thing's really coming together. Hey, Majestic Panda, how are you doing? So the next thing I'm going to do, since, I mean, already it's basically working how it should be working in game, a lot of stuff going forward with this is just going to be making it look nice. No, and it does occur to me that the way I designed this was more that it just dumps a bit and then it restocks really fast. Oh, in uni, did you ever have to do a group project?
And what haunts me is that I
absolutely
discover no
did
kinship,
that.
no understanding, no mercy. I see only the overwhelming indifference of nature.
Thank you so much for the follow,
To me,
Uber.
This blank stare speaks only of a half-bored interest in food.
Well, as long as you're having fun, Hellforge. So, do you have any tips for taking the first steps out of the concept stage? So, let me think. Yeah, did that happen to you too, Nomiand? Yeah, that was pretty much every group project for me. So taking the first steps out of the concept stage, like, so full disclosure, I've been working on this project for like 3.5 years, and I'm still not quite to alpha yet. But I'd say that good advice for getting through the concept stage is to try to make something that you can produce in stages. So, like, I don't know, say you want to make an open world racing game. Maybe what you'd want to do first is make something that can work on a few pre-designed tracks and, be able to release that. And then you could go back and tackle the open world pieces of that. And, just try to make something where at each stage of development, it's a complete thing that you could release into the world. And then you add something that makes it a complete game that's better and more complicated, but still it's complete at each stage of development. And, this game that I'm making, it went through a lot of stages getting to where it is now. And I do have plans so that I can get it to a releasable state before it really has everything in it that I want. So I've got plans for things like branching story paths and lots of different stories with NPCs and the ability to mess with the level generator and, generate different types of levels and all this stuff. But really my goal right now is just to get it so there's one story path start to finish and you can play through that. And I'm not going to even think about doing any of that other stuff until I'm very solidly to the stage where I could release the game with one story path in it. And, then I'll start worrying about doing more with this story and multiple story paths. So what kind of game are you making? I'm guessing the desperation stage is like, it's not working at all and you're desperate to start getting it working. I don't know, I guess, another piece of advice that I would like to have followed but haven't is choose a very manageable scope. So, don't, right, exactly, open world game, similar to Dark Souls. So, try to pick something that, you feel confident you can at least finish these systems that will make it complete in a reasonable amount of time, and then go back and add more systems to it. Yeah, and this game that I'm making, I feel like it is really starting to get to the point where it's fun on its own. It's mostly a matter of just putting a lot more in the way of content into each area. Like there's 4,000 lines of code in the like, total in the game. Yeah, so I'm just showing off, taking a break and showing off the game a little right now. Was thinking it wouldn't be that hard after you add the player controller and stuff. Yeah, I think that is right. So I guess my advice for that, Majestic, would be, like, start with something where it would be possible to make a smaller game out of that. So, you know, if it's Dark Souls style, basically, I mean, I've never played Dark Souls, but as I understand it, you're basically walking around fighting monsters, unlocking new areas, right? So I'd make something that's fun to play on a relatively small level with a manageably small number of enemies. And then after all that's sorted out, maybe start getting into making a larger open world. Yeah, that's very good advice, City. Thank you, Hellforge. Oh, absolutely, Majestic. Yeah, I'd, And you know, some advice I've heard as well is get the mechanics really solid before you start worrying about polishing.
And what haunts me is that I discover no kinship, no understanding, no mercy. I see only the overwhelming indifference of nature. To me, this blank stare speaks only of a half-bored interest in food.
But yeah, I'd say that, I think if you're making a Dark Souls-like game, man, that's awesome. I'd better turn the party lights off so I can turn them back on when we get to 300 followers. Yeah, I think there's elements in a Dark Souls game that can be
And what
used
haunts me is that I discover no kinship, no understanding, no mercy.
Thank you so much for the follow, game.
I see only the overwhelming indifference of nature.
300.
To me, this blank stare speaks only of a half-bored interest in food.
And welcome to the stream.
Do you fancy some surströmming?
Okay, we're doing the war sound effect to celebrate. We only crank this out at special occasions.
Just walk away.
The project was our last best hope for peace.
And there will be an end to the horror.
Dratus, multiple contacts.
It failed.
My name is a killing word.
Red alert. All hands stand to battle stations.
Launch fighters.
I'm sorry for what I did to your ears. Also, how are you doing today, Gamedev? If I didn't drive you away with all the sound effects. That might be the least appropriate use of the war sound effect we've ever done. Woo! Happy 300 followers, New Year's, everyone. Few days until New Year's. So I'm going to go take a look at this. Like, it looks like I intended for this to have a restocking animation. But really, I'd like the dumping to take longer than the restocking, so I gotta rework all of this. Yeah, I've been doing a bit of that too lately. Gamer Eat, is it? So I've been working a lot on the NPCs in my game and the way that they pathfind lately. What kind of project are you working on, by the way? Well, gamers are very nutritious, it's true. So I'm going to make it so that we get a much longer time of this going up and a much shorter restocking animation. And then this thing ought to be all the way at the top when it's done. Or almost there. So insert this. Oh, absolutely, Hellforge. I always follow Stay Desiccated Bot's advice. I mean, really both of them dehydrate you, so Stay Desiccated Bot approves of caffeine too. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so how's the refactor on that going? Do you feel like you're starting to get it sorted out, or is it still all kind of messy? Also, do you have any pictures or links about your project? So let's see if this is raising properly. For starters, I think I'd like to... I don't even know what's in this frame. Oh, it kind of jostles. So I'd like it to freeze just a little bit before it starts with this pumping animation. Yeah, and if you do grow ears, I hope it's on top of rats. Alright, so maybe I should change how this model works just a little too. Like this could be lower to allow this plate to go higher. I'm going to need to change all the times for this. But let's see how this looks. We're not 100% sharing work at the moment. Oh, that makes sense. Beast Wars! Yeah, that's about where That's what I've been up to with this game recently too, is just trying to really get the code solid before I move on to the next stage. Right, so right now I've got this filling really fast. And then it ends here. I'd like it to go to like maybe frame 115, and then it loops. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So are you thinking of like level editors and things like that? So this platform feels like it drops too quickly. Like it goes... I need to make sure that I don't have frames in between here for this thing. It feels like I just have way too many frames for this. Maybe the issue is just the interpolation. Let's see how it looks. That's actually not bad. But is this actually... Right, so where are the extra frames here? All right, now I ought to be able to lower it appropriately. Yeah, I need to reverse the polarity. Alright, that is way better. So it dumps out, then it restocks. Then it dumps out, then it restocks. It would also be nice if this went down faster, like... really during this phase, this should be going down. So we've got this here. This could happen in maybe 5 frames. Well, I hope you sleep well, Hellforge. Thank you so much for joining us. Can you change the interpolation type? You can absolutely do that, Game Read. Mostly I just do that to make sure that animations loop properly But you can really be minute about how these things, how they move. So that's looking pretty all right. And I'm going to need to save this and then recalculate what kinds of delays these have. I think I'd like to put the player in danger for longer though. So I'm going to pull this out to like 150. Nah, you'll be waiting for it too long then. Slightly less. I don't know, if I make this too long, the player's just going to be waiting for it to finish. I could see that working. So, what have we got, like 105 frames? Let's go ahead and just see if this works. Yeah, I could really see this thing being hamster powered. So then I need to figure out what kind of delays this needs. So we're going to be dumping acid in between frame 11 and 55. That's 40 frames. We're saying 0.042 times 40. 1.68 is the number of frames we're dumping. So real reduction here. The time to start is still the same, and I think we might be okay. So let's see how this thing looks in game. Unity's updating it. Going back in, seeing what it looks like. And we don't need level generation here, so let's go ahead and turn that off. So then oh, very nice. Okay, and that is looking like it should. So it's pushing up the acids coming out. It's filling back up. It needs to loop faster though. So I have 104 frames of animation. 104 times 0.042 should be 4.37 frames. Just close to what, oh no it isn't. Let's do 4.7 for good measure. Yeah, I think we can, City. It also goes by Andres. I gotta turn off maximize on play. You know, that does make me a little sick looking at it. It's true. I think I need to up the bone influence here too, because you can see that pipe animation looks really blocky. And I think I might need like an acid object in there that, maybe not an acid object, but I need, some kind of particle system that shrinks as this thing is going up. Very happy with how it's looking so far. So I actually have something else in the game that's very similar to this. So I'm going to go ahead and steal a piece of it. No, that's not necessary. So the first thing is just to get a particle system that's looking roughly like I want this thing to look. Next thing is to set it so that, yeah, that's basically what the acid particles look like. So I'm going to copy these, paste them here, move them to acid pipe. And zoom in on those. Let's see what these look like. What is it, City? Is everything borked forever? As it should. So I'm going to, instead of like going out in every direction, I want these to go downwards. Looking at that. So the shape is going to be, I mean, I guess a cone. Going to need to be rotated. Change the name of this. And make a 90 rotation on this. And it is possible that in addition to these particles, I'm going to need some kind of game object with, I don't know, like a clear, liquidy look to it. Well, thank you, Stay Desiccated Bot. That's very helpful. So then let's look at the shape. I'd like the radius to be smaller. And 0 angle, so it just goes straight up. Oh, and I think the size of these particles is way too big. I think it would be way better if, I had an object that was handling most of rendering this acid, and we just use the particles for extra juice. Otherwise, I'm going to need a ton of particles for this. So then the shape. Yeah, that all seems pretty good. I don't know if we need any... Oh yeah, that's way better. Particles. And I like to make sure this stays within the glass. Okay, why doesn't it work now? Oh, this doesn't interact well with the mask, does it? No, maybe it's not that. Doesn't interact well with the glass. Let's go ahead and go in game and find out. All right, so I can't see those particles at all, because they don't interact well with the glass. So let me look at another object where I have particles behind glass and see how I did it there. Here's a particle system. Didn't really do anything special there. That's interesting. I'm going to need to just spawn one of these in and see what I did there. So is the stuff actually behind the glass object? Turn off the target outliner for now. And it's interesting that I only see this from one side. Gotta figure out what I did with this. So I also have a shadows object on here. Really interesting is in whether I set the render queue or something for this. I am using glass 3 for this. Oh no, here's a question. Would it work if this wasn't behind the mask? Okay, that's interesting. That glass material isn't showing up at all behind the mask, is it? Yeah, I'm going to need to mess with all this render queue stuff. Oh, thank you. Thank you, baby Gamey. How are you doing today? So if I remove this mask, feels like I'm seeing the glass. Oh, no, I'm not seeing any amount of glass that Okay, this mask totally prevents me from seeing the rest of it. Oh, I'm doing really good. So, right now I'm just working on my video game and trying to get this new prop into it. You know, I think we've got some new people today, so let me go ahead and just show you what the game looks like. So this is Creator Crate. It's a procedurally generated platformer about a robot who's trying to escape from a space station. And your special ability is that you can eat objects that you find and turn them into other objects. Intermission time. So this is the thing that I'm trying to make now. It's a hazard that dumps acid out. And I'm thinking you can hold objects over your head to block the acid. Let's see if that works actually. This is going to be dangerous. So it actually didn't work, but I might be able to make it work. So right now I'm just madly eating objects and trying to heal before the acid kills me. And let's make some more objects. So you can see I've got all these different patterns for things I can make over here because I was gobbling up objects like mad a minute ago. And here's the amount of matter I have. So let's just go ahead and eat a few more of these. And now that I've got a pattern for a knife, I can just keep making knives and throwing them into the wall until I run out of matter. And the same thing for any of the other objects. So this thing explodes and allows you to jump way up into the air.
What if you tire before it's done? Does it have rules?
Can more than one play?
What if you tire before it's done? Yeah, and all these different objects have special abilities. You can use them to break blocks, light things on fire, dissolve yourself in acid. And as you can see, the background is rotating. That's because this entire game is set on a procedurally generated space station that spins to generate gravity. So the entire game map is one gigantic circle. And if you go far enough in one direction, you wind up back where you started. And we also have a lot of guards on the station who will try to kill me if they find me. So now one of them's chasing me. And you're also able to shoot the guns out of their hands. And you can also eat humans and reproduce them just like any other object. And they mostly come out the same as when they went in. Like 90%. And, City of Carolers actually just did a bunch of work on the textures in the game. So I'm really starting to like how it's looking. It really is city. So we've got different randomly selected tile patterns here. So if we've got a big chunk of wall like this, I feel like it looks way more interesting. And now there's little patterns in the back wall. So let's go ahead and zoom out and show the big picture. Just a moment to set this up. Did that work? No. Alright, so now I'm going to have it show all of the rooms at once. This might take just a moment to load. So right now we're looking at the player. There's a knife embedded in the ground. Zoom out a little more. And you can start really seeing the curvature of the floors. And if I zoom out even more, you can see that this whole thing is literally a gigantic circle. So if you walk far enough in one direction, you wind up back where you started. And gravity is higher the farther out you are because of the centrifugal effect. And if you're closer to the center, there's less gravity. The inside isn't rotating at all, so you can just jump from wall to wall in the center. And there's also a spaceship docked in the center that you can eventually steal and escape from the space station. So let's go ahead and walk around a little bit more. And the way that this is set up, I can give it individual 16 by 16 block rooms that it uses to generate the world. And I can also give it larger chunks of rooms, like 4 by 4 pieces of room, and it slots those into the world too. So it means I have a whole lot of control over how it's generating this world and, you know, what kinds of challenges the player's going to come across. So let's go ahead and just travel to the center of the station. This would normally be something that you have to unlock by defeating some bosses. But I just spawned in a key card over here that's going to allow me to use the vehicle to travel to the center. Thank you so much, Who Man. How are you doing today? Whoa. I don't know what that was. So now I'm unlocking the decelerator, which is what I call this thing that allows you to travel to the center. Oh, thank you. So now we're syncing up with the hatch on the center. The gravity in here changes as we go. So now it's going to sync up with the non-rotating center. Yeah, it helps Sabrina fan. You can see for just a moment we're weightless because it's synced up with the center. Now we're traveling along the outside of the center, so there's gravity again. Slowing down, lining up with the hatch. And we're once again in this same reference frame as the center. So there's no gravity at all now. And you can get around up here by just jumping from wall to wall. Oh, thank you, Human. But there's also a lot of items that help out with that. So let's go ahead and spawn some of them. And normally you'd have to find these in the game. Whoops, overwrote a few of them. So you can just point the fan to get around. And let's go ahead and grab that kinetic explosive. That's also very useful for getting a quick burst of motion. You can also use it to knock out NPCs. And the knife is also very useful for embedding it into walls and using that to swing around. My favorite part of the center is how all of this debris just floats around. And then you're also able to eat humans and use them to repair damage. So this is a human-eating robot. Oh, now that would be interesting. So you need to use these kinetic explosives to get a speed boost. It just looks so much better with these textures that you made, City. It's definitely a bit harder to navigate in microgravity. Yeah, that's true. You can just shoot around with these. If people ever get into speed running this game, they're probably going to make a beeline for the kinetic explosive. So let's get back into messing with this acid thing. So the goal right now is to set this thing up so that it has a nice effect when it's dumping acid. You can kind of see the acid inside of here before it dumps it. Yeah, that's probably true, Madeline. Yeah, that's what the game's about. Yeah, the old textures, you can see them a little bit inside of this little preview on the side. They're not bad, but they're a little basic. Something I forgot to do before I started this stream. Let's go ahead and hope this doesn't crash the stream. Should get rid of a visual glitch we're having. Yeah, exactly. Like, the destructible blocks were just these two panels slotted together. The indestructible blocks were kind of these boxy things. And eventually I would like to get into having different style textures for each area in the game. So one thing I'd like to check with this thing is, can we have the acid particles and the wall mask without the glass? Let's find out. So let's go ahead and put this acid dumper back in. Okay, so I can see the acid particles in here if I don't have the glass. I wonder if messing with the render queue of the glass would allow me to see all this. This is going to take some messing around with because this render queue thing only applies when I'm in game. So copy component. Then we're going to need to put the render queue onto the glass. So I forget if higher or lower render queue works for this, but let's just try 2195 for now. It's gonna take some messing with. And let's see what we're working with. So that did absolutely nothing, I think. Yeah, still not good. So let's try making it lower than the mask and see if that helps. Oh, now that may have worked. I think I can see the glass. It's pretty subtle. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear it, Dr. Java. So what's happening? The walls are bleeding? You might need an exorcist for that. I'm sorry, that was a bad joke. But what's happening with the tile bleed? So let's give this a more easily seen texture. And I don't know, it doesn't quite look like it's working right. Oh, I see. Yeah, the way I handled that in this game is the UVs have a margin on them. So let me go ahead and I mean, you're probably already doing this. Let's see, 64. Yeah, so I assume you're doing something like there's a margin. So if you have like this texture, you've got a pixel or like half a pixel that isn't showing up on the tiles. Man, I'm sorry to hear it's not working out though. Yeah, that does sound like it ought to work. So you've got like a border where you have just a bunch of pixels copied going out. Oh, now I think that render queue might be working actually. In fact, I can see the acid too, so that's a big improvement. But these acid particles, their render queue isn't working either. I think.
Congratulations, kid. You've outdone yourself. You've reinvented the wheel. I'm going to recommend to the board that we proceed immediately and that the dingus be mass-produced with all deliberate speed.
Dingus? So here's a question for you, Dr. Java. When you've got the tile bleeding, are you seeing the copied pixels in like the outer two reams of pixels? Or does it just like look like you have the regular tile and then there's bleed on the edges? If that makes sense. Oh, I see. We'll have to think about that. Hey, Ultra Hal, how are you doing today? Yeah, that happens with me a lot in code too. So I guess the next thing is I should check if these particles have a render or something render-like. Yeah, I actually did have a good Christmas, so we just hung out with family. How about all of you? Did you do anything fun? And how are you doing, Wormius? So I'm going to look something up. Well, that sounds pretty nice, actually. That was to Ultra Hal. So, Unity 3D, sure it can. Sat particle render queue. Lots of typos there. So we've got a particle system render. Yeah, that's kind of how I am too. I really do like spending most of my time just working on this stuff. But it was good seeing our families. So just thinking about this some more. Yeah, a lot of times with this coding stuff, it helps. Sorry. My sun blocking apparatus fell down. This will be just a moment. Sorry, everyone. Okay, yeah. A lot of times the more you did get... like, just getting a good night of sleep helps a ton with this stuff. So, I need to get the particle system render, and I need to find the render queue for this. Let's look at the code I have over here, material.renderQueue. So is there a similar thing here? Particle, Unity 3D particle system render queue. Queue is such a weird word. I guess another thing I'd like to look at is like what kind of render is this even using? I might not even need a transparent particle for this. So let's, oh, something happened to my music. It really looks like it has it in the texture itself. Yeah, so, I don't know if you feel like getting into it more, Dr. Java, but, yeah, what I'm seeing here is, like you've got your grass texture, and on the left and right side of the grass texture, it looks like there's either blank space or another texture that the UVs are overlapping. So, but on the top and bottom it appears to be good. So, like, my understanding with this is that, let's just go ahead and open GIMP for visualization. New, we're going to say 1024 by 1024 and make a grid on here. So we're doing a 64 by 64 grid. And we've got all these different spaces for it. Then let's just make a quick texture. So we've got this space for the texture tile. And let's actually make one of these way farther down so that we can talk about where it is on the texture sheet. So it's my understanding when laying out these UV coordinates that basically the coordinate system is in pixels and it starts from left to right, bottom to top. So you're defining the UV position of each of the four corners of this quad in code. So you're saying that like this bottom corner, the X position is going to be it's going to be your tile size, in this case 64 times the tile position. So the X position sorry, GIMP is terrible for text. And I'm sure you already know all this, Dr. Java, but just thinking through the problem. So x0, y0. Can I make this any smaller? This one would be x1, y0. This would be x0, y1, and then, oh, I see. So in your case, the, right. So in your case, y starts in the upper left, right? But you're using some code to flip the UVs, so lower numbers are up top, higher numbers are at bottom. And x1, y1, for instance. So the code for this looks like the lower left position of this is going to be x time, the x part of that vector 2 is going to be x times tile size, which is 64. The right side of this, the x position, is going to be x times tile size plus tile size. So that means that this bottom right corner is going to be 64 times 2, basically, at pixel 128 in the X position. And you do the same thing for Y, right? But then when let's go ahead and just flatten this. So then we're talking about tile margins. So we calculated these two vertices of this, and we do the other ones basically the same way, but also calculating y the same way. So the far side we add tile size to it, the close side we don't. That makes sense to me. So, like when you're making your texture, what you're saying is, say at the edges of this, you had this repeating pattern, right? And then you'd move this in a few pixels. And then what you'd do is you'd define this so that since you've got this repeating pattern all the way around, right? And you're making sure that this dot on the edge, that's stretching out and getting repeated on the border. So then what happens with this, with these corner pixels, is when you're calculating where these are supposed to be, you're including margin in that. So the X position of this one, since I'm working with 64 by 64, we're just going to say that the active area of this texture is now 62 by 62 with a 2 pixel margin on every side. So now, the X position. So now we're going to say we have a 2 pixel margin. So we're calculating the lower left corner of this. And I assume this is already what you've basically been doing in your code, but I'm just kind of talking it over to, I don't know, hoping it gives you some ideas for how to fix it. That makes sense. So then you'd say we're doing X position times tile size plus margin, which brings it over here. And then this is, the Y position is Y position plus tile size plus margin brings it up here. So what's your reasoning there, Human Bean? Is it so that you can stick with the power of 2 for the total size of the texture sheet? That makes sense. Yeah, and I'm actually using way less than a 2 pixel border on the tiles I'm making, and it seems to be working okay. It's like half of a pixel wide. But yeah, if they are recommending 2 pixels, definitely go with that. Yeah, so like my That's a really good question. I'll have to look into that. In bigger model textures, right. How are you doing, Tommy? Yeah, so like the, if I had to guess what, excuse me, if I had to guess what the issue is, like I think maybe you're, excuse me, I think maybe you're adding margin when you should be subtracting in places, maybe. So that, like instead of it winding up here, it winds up over here or something. But, yeah, got a frog in my throat. But yeah, hard to say really. What are you up to today, Tommy? I guess maybe another question is, what is on the sides of your block and the tile sheet? Like that seems like the most obvious answer, that it's grabbing pieces from other tiles. But if that area doesn't actually look like what's bordering it, maybe it's something else. Yeah, I'm sure you'll figure it out. That makes sense. Yeah, that really does feel like it's what it is. So I'd recommend, and here's another thing, it appears to not be doing it in the Y direction, because I'm not seeing that banding on the top and bottom of the tiles. So I'd say it's pretty likely that when you're calculating the margin for X, maybe you're adding when you should be subtracting, or vice versa somewhere. So just flipping those signs might be enough to get the margin right. Oh, interesting. That makes sense. So back to these acid particles. What can I do for these? Render queue. Oh no, I could also make the particles on overlay effects. That might be the easy. No, that wouldn't work well. Render particles behind glass, maybe. Yeah, it looks like a huge project working on that fighter jet, Tommy. All right. So render sorting layer equals foreground. And I don't know if that works for 3D objects. But this probably is close to what I want, so let's just go into code and start messing around with this. Particle particle system. And then my particles dot render q. I don't really know if I can find it this way, but let's find out. Now I'm just seeing what's inside here. This is kind of a shot in the dark. What about particle system? I think there's like a main module. Is that in here? Well, no luck there, but let's keep digging around online, see if we can't figure this out. Sorting order isn't going to work with 3D objects, I bet. Dig your way out of the hole. Alright, so I need to set the render queue. If I could just access the material property of these particles, I think I'd be good from there. Yeah, this is what I want. Is that even Unity? Yeah, apparently this is a pretty obscure thing. Yeah, I think I did city. So I think what this is a good song. So I think what I'm going to do first is, I'm not seeing a whole lot for this render queue thing. So the first thing I'm going to do is just make an object for the acid. Did you figure it out, Dr. Java? I'm just going to make an object and have it shrink appropriately. Oh, that is awesome. So it was just like adding margin when you should have been subtracting or something like that? Oh, that's funny. So they gave you the wrong code for margin setting. Congratulations. Man, that must be a big relief. That is awesome. Yeah, that's one of the trickiest things, like, in the entire game for me, is generating meshes in code. I don't do it a whole lot, but I do it for the blocks. So then I'm going to duplicate this, put it on a new object, and then I'm going to extrude this, move it up here, and we're going to call this thing acid. Oh, interesting. So, do you know if, my question is, does render priority, is that just for sprites, or does it apply to 3D objects as well? So are you thinking of actually doing some procedural generation on the terrain, Dr. Java? Yeah, I figured that priority was just for sprites. Like, I could have my camera render the... I've got an overlay camera for things that are supposed to be on top of everything, but I'd rather not add another camera just for this case. Oh, makes sense. I don't know, I might just make a little animation on this instead of trying to do it with particles. Shrink this down a bit. Yeah, that should work. Thank you for looking that up, Pooh Man. So sorting layer. Where are you, sorting layer? Render priority. Oh, I see. Yeah. I think I've looked at that render priority stuff before, and it's mostly for making like a 2D project where you want one sprite to be behind another. Or like if you've got a particle system behind another particle system. I don't know, I suspect I could, if I put enough work into it, I could get cameras to do it. But, don't really know if it's worth adding another camera for this. So I probably don't need the top or bottom of this. And then I need to have this move with the rest of it. And probably apply the mirror. Yeah, I think so too. It'll be a little tricky getting it to have a nice animation, but probably not so bad. Let's go ahead and just apply this. So right now, which bone is this following? This thing is piston. So I'm going to subtract piston weight from the top, assign it to root. Perfect. So that is basically all I need right there. Let's see if this works. Yeah, so what kind of pizza are you eating, Dr. Java? We need all the details. Oh, that's weird. So not a great tutorial overall. Okay, and then I need to make sure I apply the scale here. Turn off the glass, and there is a bit of an issue here. So why does the bottom of this want to be smaller? I don't have anything scaled at the moment. see. So, what are you learning in Unity, Who Man? Right, I know you said that you changed the way the UV coordinates work, right? Yeah, I'm sure even in 3D you'd notice the tiling a little bit. The way I've got it set up is it's actually, it's like I have several different similar textures, and it's randomly selecting between the different textures. So why does it do that? Like, where even is the root bone? Let's go ahead and turn off this animation. Why would simply moving this up warp this? I mean, it's not super noticeable, but I still don't like it that much. At any rate, let's just try putting this in the game and see how it looks. Make sure that's good and save the thing. That makes a lot of sense. I bought the complete C# Unity Developer 2D. Oh, cool. Yeah, I hope that goes well for you, Who Man. And if you have any questions about Unity, I'd be happy to help if it's something I know about. Okay, so it looks like the acid is in here. No, not so much. Let's go ahead and assign a texture to this. Turn the glass back on. And I'm going to need a more subtle texture for the glass. Oh, awesome. Going to go ahead and follow you then. Yeah, I'd really like to see what you come up with once you start figuring out Unity. I think I could make a scriptable object for tile metadata. Yeah, that sounds about right. So are you saying, by tile metadata, I'm guessing you're saying not the texture, but like the a section of blocks laid out. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Oh, so you're saying you'll use purlin noise in order to make the texture itself more interesting. Now that would be really cool. So glass texture. All right, let's just go into game and see how this looks. Okay, the terrain makes more sense. So now it kind of does look like there's something in there. I think we can see the glass all the way through, so that's good. So I really just need to make that texture look a bit more like acid. Oh, yeah, so that way maybe you could get away from the block shapes of the tiles. So then can I make this acid render behind the glass? Let's go ahead and paste this. And then like my mask is 2190, this is 2185. So the acid should be 2180. Let's see if these render cues work. Oh, and that is already not so bad. I mean, maybe if I could get a little animation on there too, it would be perfect. Might be good if this went like all the way up too. Yeah, I've seen a lot of different solutions for doing this stuff with you're trying to make Minecraft style voxels look less blocky. Most of it's just drawing diagonals between them. Then I'd like to make this plate go all the way up. I suppose that's going to involve pushing these pieces down more. that's about right. Maybe I even went a little too far. What do you need to blend into the mesh? Yeah, I am thinking it's going to need an animated texture for this. Especially without the particles on there. Which isn't really my strong suit, but I'll figure something out. So then this seems to be lower. And now I need to redo this animation. Turn off the glass for now. And when this thing's at the top, ought to be right here about. And I'd also like that to stick around when I go here. Yeah, it would be super cool if you could break up the blocky pattern. Alright, so I think that's pretty good. Let's make sure the idle animation wasn't messed up. I would be super excited to see that if you can pull it off, Dr. Java. Okay, that's looking about right. And while I'm at it, I'm going to go ahead and give this thing an actual UV unwrap. Might be better off just defining a seam in the back here. So let's go ahead and just give this thing a seam. That's not what I want, Blender. I mean, I guess it sort of is, but... this thing doesn't really tile on a square texture very easy. Yeah, I wouldn't know where to get started with that. Like, I mean, I guess maybe if I were trying to make more jagged style dirt blocks, one way to do that might be you've got some sprites, and they're kind of like clump of dirt sprites with jagged edges. And then you could just plop those down and have them overlap a little bit, like have a bunch of different ones each one defining a little different shape that's still basically a square. Yeah, I mean, I think that what you're describing would make it more complicated, but it would be cool. I guess it's as long as it's consistently deciding which one to render on top, there wouldn't be any issues. Rotate 90. I mean, you could even use square colliders on there. And that way, at the very least, you're not adding more complexity for your character controller. And if they're basically square, it probably wouldn't look weird. Don't really know, though. You probably want your characters rendering above the tile texture too. Alright, so this thing, I guess it would be nice if I could cut this up a little more. Use more of the texture, like, yeah, roughly half. Oh, no wonder this is squishing. No wonder a lot of things, actually. Let's try defining the seams in different places. Yeah, I can't wait to see how all that looks. I know some games use different size blocks too, like Starbound, it does a little bit of making fuzzier edges, but mostly how it handles it is it just has a pretty small block size, and the player has tools for placing down big chunks of block at a time. Whereas with Minecraft, there's pretty much no smoothing, and the whole thing just has a very blocky look. Okay, so that's just about right. I think that might work well enough for the acid texture. Curious if I fixed the issue with this thing squishing. Oh, I just might have. Yeah, that looks way better. Are you thinking you're going to want player editable terrain in that too, Dr. Java? Go back to Unity, see what it looks like, and I have some weird problems with the acid texture. Oh, but that's because I don't set the render queue until I'm in game. So then go in, and that is roughly what I want there. So then I guess I'll try to make some frames for this. Like I said, animations aren't exactly my strong point, but I think I can figure it out. What is it, City? And let me think about this. I might actually just want a texture sheet for it. If in the textures for one area I wanted to add a touch of bloom, I think that's possible, City. We could just set the block chunk in there to be a different shader. Right, so what I actually want to do here is, just thinking about this. So it's going to move this along to different areas of this. Yeah, that would be really cool, City. Sorry I'm jumping around so much, but yeah, I think I know how to do this. Yeah, that might be kind of similar to what I need. So what I'm going to do first is I'm just going to set this up with a static animation texture I made and see how that looks, and then go from there. So then we've got the yeah, I think I do want to try to make this animation on my own. It'll probably just be like little bubbles rising in it though. So, let me think about this. I've got these ship controls. The screen has this on it. It's really this static. I've got the animated texture. This is what I wind up doing a lot, is just going around and copying things I've already made. And then let's just put this static material on here as a way to start thinking about this animation. Yeah, that should be fun. So can I even see this right now? Not
Why don't you
really.
hit that save button?
Oh, I sure will, City. I sure will. Oh, now that's not bad already. It's very subtle, but... And I actually do have a little bit in there with the particles rising. So I'm going to just do some, maybe I'll even keep some of that static in there, but just do some bubbles rising up or something. Oh, thank you, Who Man. I feel like it's either not, it should be rendering behind there. Yeah, I'm the only one. Well, City of Carolers is helping out with some things like making block textures, but it's mostly me. And there's also someone else who made all of the music that I am putting into the game. So let's go ahead and I need to make a copy of this. So I'm duplicating this. Oh, thank you so much, baby. Do you do game development or any kind of art? Yeah, I've been working on this one for a really long time. How do I duplicate things? My brain is melting out my ears. Shift D, Control D. There we go. So then let's rename this to acid and fat material. And the first thing I'm thinking with this is it's way too clear. That might be because of the texture I have on it. I need to open this with GIMP. So that's in Materials, Textures. Hey Mills, how are you doing today? Material. So right now I'm working on a device that dumps acid onto the player. And it's actually going pretty well. I feel like it's working out mechanically, but it doesn't quite look right yet. What have you been up to? Oh, thank you so much for the cheer. So, what did I even name this? Acid fat material. No static. So I need to open this thing up. Oh, nice, Mel's. So are you going to be streaming soon? I'm pretty sure I'm following you, but let me just double check. Yep, already followed. So then assets, we need to go to materials, textures, static, and that's what I thought. This thing has very low opacity. So let's just remove the alpha channel for now. Oh, that looks a little different than I thought it would. All right, and now let's go ahead. Can't wait to see what you make on stream, Mels. Yeah, it's a lot of work getting a stream set up. Especially if you want like all kinds of banners and OBS overlays and stuff. So then textures, let's call this. I just need to get in the habit of putting this stuff with the thing it's actually using. Oh, awesome. Yeah, let me move that to the other tab. Looks like it's working really well. Yeah, so for anyone who wasn't here for the conversation, Dr. Java is working on making a like a Terraria style tile system, and it looks like it's working super good. So what's the next step you're going to be working on with that, Dr. Java? 2D voxel sandbox. And then, where are you, acid vat material? I'd like to put you on the acid. I'd like to put all of you on the acid, and let's see if that works. I feel like it's still gonna be too subtle. Yeah, that's true. I haven't seen James in a long time. I don't even know if this needs to be clear. Let's try this with no opacity. Alright, and this also needs a color. Something like that. Let's see if it works. How are you doing, Legmock? So, let's look at this. If that's animating, it's very subtle. Okay, now that's actually pretty nice just with the static. I don't even know if I think if I want glass, I want very subtle glass on there. Yeah, how's your project going, Tommy? Or, Legmog, sorry, my brain is not here. How's your pilot episode? I think that texture might actually be there, so the next thing, like, I don't need much more than static. So the next thing is I'd really like this to kind of fill up. I'm going to need to add to the animation. Instead of it just like coming down with the plate. Yeah, I feel like the static is close enough to bubbles that I don't really need to worry about making bubbles rise in there, at least for now. I can always go back and make it more juicy. And now I'm going to, I think I might have a more subtle glass texture. Let's see if I'm using it. Okay, yeah, that's going to be way better. Yeah, that'll look just fine. It's true that when this thing compresses, the texture is really getting smashed. I might even add a little more contrast to that texture. So, brightness, contrast, crank her up. I don't know if this will look good, but we'll find out. That makes a lot of sense, Dr. Java. So, right. So you're hiding what kind of ore is down there. Yeah, that was actually a good trailer city. You don't remember what... Oh, this actually looks worse. You don't remember what it was called, do you? I think it would look okay if I could consistently render that behind the glass, though. So, this would be a whole lot easier if I could just put the mask in front of the wall. Let's see if I can't do that. Nice. Oh, have a great day, Tommy. And thank you so much for hanging out. So I have finally gone to the stage where I'm doing actual animation. Yeah, so for a while it was all environment design, right, Lake Mog? So maybe if I can just extend these a bit, I can get around all these rendering issues. Am I even selecting the right thing? Let's see how all that looks. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was going to like the pilot episode for that thing City posted for like the first 10 minutes of it, but it really does get good towards the end. I hope they managed to actually make it into a show. Yeah, it is a lot of work setting all of that up, Pooh Man. But really you can keep it pretty simple if you want to. Like, you don't really need to do any of it. And the most common basic thing that people do is just one overlay to show when people are following or subscribing or things like that. So that's looking pretty good, but there's too much contrast in there. I might just start over with this static texture. Yeah, so there's basically two options that most people use for that stuff: Stream Elements or Streamlabs. And personally, I like Stream Elements because they allow you to just do one overlay for everything. But I think Streamlabs might actually be more common. But either way, like, I don't know, it's basically just one element you need to put into your OBS scene if you're just doing follower alerts. Yeah, I'd love to see it, like Mog. So I need noise. Is that even working? Oh yeah, but it's subtle. Well, have a great night, Dr. Java. I'm glad you figured out the tiling. Really excited to see what you do next with that. Yeah, so aside from the overlays, do you feel like you've figured out all the other stuff with that? How did I get that static? Probably just value. Just want this to be a little more subtle. I guess if I'm hue and saturation, don't even come into this. I don't know if that's better or not. Yeah, so, hey Zacox, how are you doing? So, what? Oh, I get you. So you're thinking start with a black background and then, do noise to it. Yeah, I think you're totally right there. That is such a great idea. Yeah, so how's your game going, Zacox? Let me go ahead and show you what I'm working on. So I'm making, I might have showed you a link to the website for this. I'm making a procedurally generated platformer in Unity about a robot who's trying to escape from a space station. I think that was a great idea, inverting that. That's looking close. I think I need to do a little more with that. So, it's not out for sale yet. Right now I'm just working on getting an alpha version out. And, I don't know, it's gonna be a little while. So it's a procedurally generated game about a robot who's trying to escape from a space station. And let's just go ahead and go into Unity and show what it looks like so far. Yeah, Zacox is making this really cool looking VR game about, it's really physical, so you're using all of these different controls inside of a gun turret. So your ability is you can eat and reproduce items. So I just ate one knife. I can just keep making knives until I run out of matter from eating these other things. And I've got all of these different items that have different abilities. Oh, cool. So what else are you developing, Zacox? And there's also a lot of NPCs running around who are going to try to kill me if they see me. Oh, thank you. And the whole thing's a gigantic circle. So, let me go ahead and show you the big picture. And then we'll check out Lake Mog's animations. Really excited to see this. Might be just a moment to spawn him in. So here's the room that the player's in right now. And then I zoom out a little more and you can really start seeing the curvature of the space station. Then zoom out a bit more and you can see the whole thing is a gigantic circle. And it's spinning, so there's less gravity near the center and more gravity the farther out you go. And it also has this non-rotating central portion. So if you're in here, you're totally weightless and you can just jump from wall to wall. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've been working on this for a long time. And still has a ways to go, but it really feels like it's coming together at this point. So let's go ahead and resize this. Yeah, it's a really big project. So right now I basically have the engine all figured out, and I'm just working on adding a lot of content to it and getting every area feeling really distinct. So these are the animations that Legmog posted. Oh, cool. I really like that trail coming behind the hoverboard. They're looking really cool. So, and if I remember right, like Mog, you said that you're starting in the chase scene now, right? So this is the first thing we're going to be seeing. So 2D animation is something I don't do a lot of. I do make a lot in the way of 3D animation, though. So let's go back to this acid pipe. And I think maybe there's just too much contrast in here. Yeah, that is impressive. So that's including like the way that the fingers move. Can't wait to see those stunt shots on like taking place inside of the city you made. Okay, so let's try that. And then go to this acid texture. So how does that work? Like, do you have a script that handles the bone movement for each finger curling in when you grab something? Oh, I see. So what are the advantages to doing it that way instead of, say, just making a grabbing animation? Oh, that makes sense. So it's easier on the hardware. So go back in here, have a look. Does that also mean that you get a little more dynamic animation, like, I don't know, you can set it so that the fingers move a little with the player motion or something. Oh, okay, here's the issue. I need 9 total cells. You know, a long time ago, we were messing, like, City of Carolers really was messing with this game with airships in it. And she was doing a lot of cool stuff within Unity animation, just altering the transform of each part of the ship based on like how much forward momentum you had. So you can see that shrinking maybe a little bit. I don't think it's bad though. I think it might be a little too obvious though. Yeah, animation inside of like 3D animation in Blender is one of my favorite parts about 3D modeling. Okay, so that's not so bad. It could still be a little more subtle though. No, mostly bone animation stuff. I'm really interested to get into shape keys though. Yeah, I've seen some people do great things with shape keys. They seem especially great if you want to get lip syncing into a game. Let's have a look at that. I don't know, that might be all I really need for that. So then I should set this up so the thing fills up a bit. So this is going to involve I don't really know if I need to do that. It might be nice if I showed the inside filling up a little more. Oh, I don't think so, Lake Mog. I am hoping to get it to early access in the pretty near future, though. Oh, thank you so much, Zacox. Yeah, right now the goal is just getting it to a point where I can have people playing it and at least have it in an early access state. You know, get it to a playable game form. Oh yeah, I'm absolutely planning to get this to playable alpha in the earlier part of this year. Early to mid-year. So, I've been working on this game for about 3.5 years now. Let's see, and here's the list of everything, everything that I have planned for the near future development of the game. So right now I'm working on some fixes to the NPCs, and that's going to be done, this week, probably. So then I'm going to do some stuff with cleaning up how the rooms spawn in. And after that, it's going to be just a whole lot of adding content to it. So as soon as I have it so that each area at least has like the basic mechanics I want in it, like this acid dumping vat and stuff like that. Yeah, you know, we were just talking about maybe trying for a Kickstarter, maybe this morning. I think for things like early access and Kickstarter, you want it in as finished of a state as you can when you go for that. Just because you want it to be as impressive as possible and really get people excited about it. But yeah, that's definitely a possibility that we'll try some kind of Kickstarter campaign in the future. So I think I should add another bone for this thing so I can do... No, I really do intend to make this into a finished, polished game. I don't know, I guess the other thing is, let me just look at this. So I need another bone that goes for the top of this. The other thing with Kickstarter is I do want to really make sure that the community is there for supporting it before going into some kind of Kickstarter. Because a big part of the success of that is advertisement and having a good base of people who are already interested in it. Now that's also true, Zach. It works the other way as well. Yeah, I should mention that we also have a Discord, and once I do get to a playable alpha phase, I'm going to be announcing it there and having a bunch of people from the Discord play tests and you know, start really figuring out improvements I can make to the gameplay and bug fixes. Acid top. Now that is a really interesting point, Zach. So how did they wind up getting funding? Was it just like one or two people who donated a lot to it, or? Yeah, I mean, I'm still kind of thinking about it and trying to at least get the game into a state where I can start having people alpha test it. But I definitely wouldn't be opposed to a Kickstarter if I felt like we were at the point where we could really start getting that interest built up behind the game. And then this is acid top. Now I guess I do need to go ahead and make a top thing for this. So, oh, is what on stream, Zacox? Yeah, maybe I have been thinking about this backwards, and you know, it would work the other way as well, where the Kickstarter community is feeding into the other things. Hey, hi, Bums. How are you doing? Oh, yeah. So it's not on Steam yet. But once I get to the alpha phase, I do want to, I might be using Steam for play testing, you know, before early access, just invite people who are alpha testing to the Steam. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So once I get to the alpha testing, I'll put it up on Steam and just have people playing it there. So let's go ahead and change this animation. Yeah, I think I will go ahead and do that once I want people to start alpha testing it. Yeah, 100's definitely doable. this goes up and then... like, I think this is where this ends. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this. And then I want this to come down here, maybe. Frame 60. Cut this, move it over here, paste, insert. It's a little abrupt, but it might be all right. Insert here. Yeah, that's a really good suggestion. Also a great point. So I need to make sure that these are moving together. So if you don't mind my asking, Zach, I guess you said you have a bunch of games up, but like, I don't know, like what are you charging for this VR game that you're developing right now? That's some great advice. So I think I want to parent these bones. Actually, no, that won't work. Yeah, I haven't really settled on a price for this one yet. So can these both start at 53? Then 60. There we go. Yeah, that is an excellent point. And thanks for the advice, Sacox. So this is another place where I'm probably going to need a particle effect. So this is frame 60, and then when it stops pumping, we're at frame like 98. What idea did I give you? Oh no, that will look very nice if I can get some kind of acid pumping out animation. Of course, that's a little difficult because I was having issues with particles rendering behind all that. Oh, now that is a great idea. So you can get the performance bonus while still making the animation. Yeah, it makes a nice placeholder texture as well as using it to set the colors of things. So I don't know if this is a good idea. Let's try this. No, City, you know that's a banned word on this stream. Now that could look okay. That's 64. I might just want this thing to jump to that, at least pretty quickly. And then I'm going to need to do, good, I am doing scale. Well, yes, but the word peristalsis is banned. Oh, thank you, Zacox. Yeah, let me show you some of the characters that I've made. So, open. And where am I even going? Documents, Unity projects. Yeah, so, I don't know if this is quite all of the human characters that I've made, but here's a good chunk of them. And a lot of these are main characters that, oh, thank you. Yeah, a lot of these are main characters that I'm going to need to wait till a little later in the development process to actually get running around in the game. But I'm really excited to at least have them modeled. And then let's go back to the acid pipe. So I think maybe this could work. It's very basic, but maybe that's enough to kind of look like it's filling up without having to figure out how to shove particles behind that glass. Go back to Unity. And I don't know if it's going to like me adding extra bones to that. I'm probably going to need to stick the model in again. Unity doesn't like it when I mess with sorry, it doesn't like it when I mess with the armature too much. Oh, okay, that's actually not so bad. You know, I've been so tempted to just go to 2.8. Oh, wait, no, you're talking about Unity 2018.3, right? You know, I haven't updated my version in a long time. I'm going to need to do it eventually for Vulkan support. Yeah, I don't do it unless there's something I really want, and I don't know, I think I am going to eventually need to do it, but only once and then stay at that version. So this isn't quite what I want, but it's close. So let's go over here. Copy this. Paste it here. Remove it here. Maybe if it's just a little slower, it won't seem quite so abrupt. Oh no, that is a great point, man. And that's something I could just model. Maybe I don't need to Maybe I don't need to animate it. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see what we can do with that. So in order to make an S shape, I should go ahead and cut this a bit. That's not even at all, is it? So 2 vertices here. Not a bad idea, yeah. That would allow me to keep avoiding the particle system in here. Great advice. Hey Subtix, how are you doing? Yeah, and I'm pretty confident I will be able to update to the newest version of Unity, but it's going to mean a few days of messing around getting everything right for the new version. Oh, I'm sorry to hear it, Subtix. I'm doing really good, actually. This This acid dumping pipe that I'm making is starting to come together. Alright, so let's do some proportional editing to it. So maybe every 2 I can mess with it. Give this thing a bit of an S-curve. And we'll see if this even looks all right without animating this splashy. That might be slightly better than it was anyway. Man, I've been there, subtext. Alright, so let's go back, move this to layer 1. And I think you're totally right about like filling up with some balls would be nice. So let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, I think you're totally right that just plopping some balls of acid into here would probably do it. Turn that to smooth shading, and I can put the same acid texture on these. I was using Pro Builder. Oh man. So what does Pro Builder do? So I'd basically like these to teleport after they do the animation. So it might even make sense to have these on their own object. Let me think about this. So it goes down here. Or I could just turn them invisible before the reset. That might work. Oh, I see. That is possible. Shape keys would be a good idea for this. Yeah, like I could see it just kind of doing a pouring out thing with the shape keys. Not super familiar with how to use them though. Oh no, that's a great point too. The liquid rising would be good with shape keys as well. Of course, it does still need to move up with the base of this. What is it, City?
The goggles do nothing.
The goggles do nothing. So let me see if I even understand how to use shape keys. This might take a moment. Thank you, Zacox. So, let me just do a really simple thing, and, so we've got shape keys here. Let's go ahead and go to the timeline. I suspect I'd have to do a different animation for him, but I really know nothing about shape keys. So how do these even work? All right, so go out of edit. Hit plus on this. This is the basis. Plus again is key 1. And then if I shrink this down, how do I apply it to key 1? Oh, very nice. So now that I've done that, how do I get this to export as an animation? Oh, right. You need to insert these on the timeline, don't you? Oh, I see. So how would you go about setting which shape key it's on? go ahead and look this up. It's, even if I don't manage to get it right now, it's interesting researching it. All right, let's just save this thing as a test in Unity. So, going to test objects, shape keys, test. And then, where is my shape keys test? So let's go ahead and put this into Unity. This is the object I was just working on. So throw it into Unity. Click 1, set it to 0, 0. Okay, so the shape keys are inside of the skinned mesh render. Looking for it. I see blend shapes. Okay, and maybe I need one more because I only put the basis in here. I getcha. So then I suppose in code I'd set this value 0 to 100. So then let's add another one. So how do I create a new shape key based on this other shape key? Interesting. This is really interesting to me. So then let's just see what happens when I'm... Oh wow, what have I done? Oh, interesting. So it's going from the basis to one of these two things. Copy the mesh, paste in key 2. Go to key 1. Oh, I see. Control C here, Control V. Don't know if that's possible. So, let me see. Blender using seems really powerful. Oh, hang on. I think I might remember this. So, hang on. So let's make a shape key 2. And then I think I remember seeing someone do this before. So at frame 1, we're going to insert this value. Going to insert a value of 1. And then at frame 20, we're going down here. We're going to insert this. Okay, I knew that was too good to be true. Yeah. Oh, and even without colliders, though, it seems super, super useful if I can figure it out. So now we're cooking with gas. We'll see if this actually exports to Unity, though. That's a big if. All right, now we got key 3. And let's make just make this one really small. So now we're going to, the end of this, we're saying we want, ew, that's pretty weird, but whatever. City peristalsis is never allowed here. And I guess I need to insert a value for all shape keys if I'm messing with them all. Okay, that is extremely interesting. But does it export? So then we're going to dope sheet and action editor, making a new animation, shape keys, test animation, clicking F, and let's go ahead and save as shape keys test save. And let's see if Unity recognizes all this. Where are you, shape keys test? Okay, here we go. So then for animations, it's got the default take. It doesn't look like it's recognized the shape keys test. Oh, but look at this. So it doesn't seem that inserting these on the timeline is something that Unity will recognize. Because like if I go into the animations here, we only have default take, even though here I saved the shape keys test animation. But that does mean that we can work with more than one blend shape here. Because right now, of course, this thing's getting way twisted up using these. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Maybe those aren't twisted UVs. Yeah, so that's very fun. And you can see I'm pulling in this metal bit here with several different shape keys. So that means that doing them all at once, we're going to really get this twisted up. So just thinking about this in the context of this acid animation. Like I can't, yeah, let me try this. Yeah, so I could absolutely use this for something like positioning balls. And then let's add a shape key. Oh, the second video you said. Oh, that's cool. So you're using the shape keys for bringing down the monitor. That is a really cool game, by the way. Someday I'd really love to start messing with a lot of stuff in VR. I've only actually used one VR headset in my life, but it was really cool. So grab, oh. Come on, Blender, you can do this. This is super crude, but let's just see what this looks like. Yeah, so I could see how I can maybe make some acid pouring with this. It's just kind of a test to see if I could get something good with it. I think I would kind of miss the control I get over moving bones around on the timeline, though. But this is super cool. Let me mess around with this a little more, though. Am I able to actually make extra cuts to this? Like, how would you even blend that? Oh yeah, shape keys is super powerful. I am 100% going to use this in the project somewhere. Not sure if this is the place, though. Let me just think about this. Would be pretty fun, though. So maybe I'll just make a little thing that kind of extends to pull out. And then I can have this thing coming up be a little more subtle. Oh no. Yeah, I've seen these used for I've seen them used for lip syncing before. Never done it myself, but it seems super interesting. So yeah, I think we'll go ahead and start working on this. From what I've seen, you kind of need to use shape keys if you want good facial expressions inside of Unity. What's that, Zacox? You can part a mess. Yeah, that sounds great, City. Oh, I see. So like you can make a cut to a mesh and shape keys will recognize that. Oh, that is amazing. It can do it between different game objects.
Do you fancy some surströmming?
No, I think we'll order something else, City. Alright, so let's just see what I can do with this. Put this inside of the tube. Yeah, I have never had surströmming before and I never want to. So I don't even know how this would work if I mean, the texturing's another issue. But which probably means I should keep the length. It might almost make more sense to do this in reverse. So I make a stream coming out and then I just model the stream and then I use shape keys to pull it back in. It probably doesn't matter. We'll just see if this works. So for key 1, so I made the subdivide. Who knows if that's going to apply to the shape key. Oh, interesting. Oh, I see. So, right. So you're saying you do this the other way, where you're first modeling the filled tank, and then you're like sucking it back in. Well, let's go ahead and do that then. Thinking about this, so I think I'm just going to do the pipe part with this though, because this like acid vat filling, this needs to move up with the bottom of the pump. Oh, I see, and it kept this that makes sense.
Making pancakes, making bacon pancakes.
Just trying to imagine how this would work with one shape key. So I could do something like that for the basis. I see, so you're thinking like the whole thing filled up. And I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this, make a new object. Acid, shape key. Make the other one invisible for a minute. Go ahead and make this not follow the armature. So this is the basis. How are you doing, Sam Cameron? And then acid shape key doesn't need any of this stuff. Okay, that makes sense. Let me think about how to do this. Alright, and I'd probably swap this out with the one I've got on the bone for this like the bottom of it moving up, but let's try this for filling. Yeah, it probably is. So actually, this isn't, it's actually not too bad. It's at like 1,300 faces right now. Oh yeah, just like a single cylinder attached. So let's go ahead and add the shape key for the basis. And then if I'm doing this in just one shape key, like key 1 is going to be way at the bottom. Something like that. I'll probably need to bend this more. Oh, I do see what you're saying. So if I do it like this, let's see. Whereas you were thinking all the way in here. Pull this over here. Yeah, probably does. So we'll see what this looks like. Yeah, I don't know, it's close. It's definitely close. But I'm not quite sure if that's gonna work. Yeah, that's possible. So let's try this. Could see maybe that working. I mean, as far as the vertices go, I'd probably want more like on the bend and a little bit less over here. But I do still have the issue of, like, that isn't so bad, but, there's the issue of getting from an empty pipe to this, which I guess is why we'd be sucking it back in. Yeah, balls coming out of the pipe might be better, and work better with what I have with this. Still, I'm really glad that we checked that out. Like, shape keys are something I've been wanting to get into for a while. And I'm really glad I had a look at how they work. Oh, me too. And I really appreciate you walking me through that. All right, so what? This is piston. Need to reassign this to piston because I accidentally deassigned it. Maybe I just took the modifiers off by mistake. There we go. Well, I really appreciate it. Yeah, I first heard about shape keys watching this really talented Blender streamer, Invader Kendall. Haven't seen him stream. He hasn't been able to stream in a while, but he was doing this really cool logo animation with them. So let's go ahead and remove that. Then if we are doing more of a balls dropping in thing, I think that'll look pretty good with this. Oh, thank you, Who Man. Yeah, I really like what the host does. So let's think about how many balls. 1, 2. You know, it doesn't need to be a lot. Like, I think 3 might do it because this is a super quick animation. And then, just need to plop, 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 reset. Yeah. Okay. Just offsetting these a little to keep track of them. These are going to be hiding in here. Yeah, that is true. So then let's go ahead and put some bones on these. Yeah, so moving them in the
Ain't no sin to take off your skin and dance around in your bone.
Yeah, moving them in the animation. Unfortunately, it's not something that Unity saves to the animation. So, gonna call this ball 1. And then these are going to be part of the acid texture. So I think I can just make them part of the same object. And let's go ahead and UV unwrap them. So you, and that should be just fine for what we're doing. Maybe even a bit smaller on here. So then this thing, ball 1, assign ball 2, and ball 3. Okay, so now we're all ready to go. Yeah, that's true. I should. So how many have we got? 1, 2, 3. 1. I think this fills too fast. Where does this end? So I'm going to make this a bit slower to make room for the balls going in. Yeah, I'm really happy how the pipe animation turned out. Uses a lot of scaling, scaling the bones inside the pipe. So then we have 1 ball, 2 ball, 3 ball, 4 ball. Wait, 4. And maybe a little higher here. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, and then can just kind of top off. Boop, boop, boop. It really does want 4, doesn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Unless I could just teleport him, maybe I can. Let's just insert the location here. Go to right before it starts rising. do still need the animation. Oh, I see. So Unity has a whole system called Mechanim. Let me go ahead and show it. So here I've got a really simple animator. And here I just have one, like I've got two animations dragged here. So it's got an idle animation and it's got a dumping acid animation. And then, how are you doing, Corpus? So then I just have one condition in here.
And what haunts me is that I discover no kinship, no understanding, no mercy.
Thank you so much for
I
the
see only
follow.
the overwhelming indifference of nature. To me, this blank stare speaks only of a half-bored interest in food.
So I just have one trigger for activate. When that happens, it switches to the dump acid animation. And then here, when it has the exit time, it goes back to the idle. Oh, I've been doing really good. I feel like I'm really starting to figure out this acid dumping prop. What have you been up to, Corpus? Oh, and also, how are you doing today, Spencer? That's right. So then if you put the blend file into Unity, Unity just converts it into an animation it can use. And the Mechanim animation system is really powerful, so you can do a lot of things like blending between animations and directly setting frames in there. All right, so maybe it shouldn't even start till here, but here is ball number 1. So it goes here. And then it completes its arc maybe here. Right, where does it start? Say it goes down in like 5 frames, 74. And can I just teleport this? So it goes in at 74, and then 75, it's back up here. That's an excellent point, Zach. I don't know what's going on with these two. But going back to ball 1. Right, so we have first. Second is at 76. Four frames later, like 80, it's here. Yeah, we'll see if we get any weird glitches with this thing teleporting.
What's she building in there?
What is she building in there? So I'm still working on this acid dumper thing. And I basically got it working in game, but now I'm trying to make it look better. Right, so it stops moving at 80. It needs to immediately teleport back in here. And then right here is where it needs to insert here, jump out here, frame 90, it's way down here. Frame 91, immediately back here. And then, hang on, 91, and then one more here. So 93 comes out one final time. By 97, it is way down here. 98, it is gone for good. Man, yeah. You know, I feel like it even gets me a little bit, but it affects City bad. Yeah, I think I'm going to wind up deleting 2 of these balls. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and you're totally right, it should rise with these. So let's assume we don't need these. And we also don't need these extra bones. So then delete these vertex groups. And let's have the acid rising as the balls hit it. Oh, and this thing's sticking out at the start of the animation, so let's fix that. At the start of the animation, it ought to be tucked away in here. Oh, thank you, Zach. All right, and that is going too soon. So here's where it should start. Meaning before then, needs to be like right there. Let's have a look at what we have so far. All right, so that's not quite right, but like right here, it's a bit soon to be sticking out. Here, I'd like this thing to be way smaller and lower. I have yeah, we have a sun lamp that we turn on in the morning. It's supposed to be full spectrum lighting too. And like I said, I get a little that way in the winter, but not nearly as bad as city. Okay, so let's work on this thing rising. Delete this keyframe. Oh, I'm deleting the wrong ones. All right, so let's do the rising again. And I really just need location for this. Maybe rotation. This is before the hit, and then where did I insert this? 73-ish. So then let's say in like by here, we've gone up this amount. I think I'll make it sway a little with these two. So insert. Then by the time the next one's coming out, we've gone up more. Whoop. Whoop. Insert here. By the time the next one's coming out, we've gone whoop. So then I'm going to add a little sway here, but let's see how it looks. Okay, not bad. Then like halfway through it does this. And then halfway through we're doing this. Well, with this. It's a little jerky. What keyframe even is that? Might be trying for a little much here. My other project Oh, cool. Overclocked sounds like fun. So are you assembling computers as fast as you can? This isn't quite right. It's kind of getting there, though. So instead, like, well, I'm waiting for this thing. Okay, so this is the contact frame. And then we got like this. And this. That must be a lot of trouble getting different VR sets to work together, Zach. How much different is it working with each different kind of VR? Whoa. Now that's not bad. Let's put this in the game. I feel like it's good enough. Hopefully all these changes I made to it aren't going to mess up the prefab too much. So, where even am I? Save that, go into Unity. Oh, I see. So you don't really need to do anything to, I don't know, make it compatible with one setup or another. That's almost there. I'd like to scale these a bit, though. Oh yeah, and Corpus has also worked with VR a lot. Oh, actually, I think you two already know each other. But yeah, I'm super interested in the process for making games for VR. So that's great, they got that all standardized. So then, I was noticing these balls look kind of small, so let's fix that. So this comes out here, and I like it to really scale out. I see. So what you're saying is people have made games that would be compatible with both, but they don't know to advertise that fact. All right, so that's the issue. Oh, and I need to do location scale. Delete this one. When it contacts, it goes here. Like a frame in the middle. Then when this contacts, same deal, make it way bigger. And then this one barely matters, but let's scale it up a bit anyway. Yeah, there's one other person on Twitch I know who's doing stuff with VR, and that's Banegather. I haven't seen an update on it in a little bit, but he was doing this cool thing with the first-person procedurally generated shooter in VR. And he was posting on the Discord a while ago. Okay, that might look cool. That could be good. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, he spends a whole lot of time on the move. Oh yeah, so Zach, Banegather was saying that at least the default Unity VR controller, it switches around between a kinematic and non-kinematic rigid body a lot. Is that something you've run into problems with too? Okay, that's a little janky. Maybe too much scaling on this. I see. Let's make this more subtle. So it goes here. Delete this. Like that amount. Delete this. And those should be okay. Something else I was noticing is you can still kind of see the individual, like that. You can see the polygons on this. Oh, I see. Yeah, so are you using non-kinematic rigid bodies at all? Yeah, I guess you wouldn't really need to. Oh, on the camera rig, how does that work? Hey Bits, how are you doing? Oh, that makes sense. So then let's see if this still works. I think I need to, actually, those UVs aren't looking bad. Let's just see if this looks better. Yeah, so I'm making this thing that dumps acid onto the player. Well, that's not so bad. I mean, that might be good enough. I kind of am feeling the need for those extra balls, though. Like, it just doesn't feel like it's putting out enough acid right now. Or I need to do a little more with the shape of this thing. That really should be a sound effect, Bits. That makes sense. So I'm thinking in zero gravity, it's still, I guess the animation would look a little weird in zero gravity. But could have a vacuum or something. I'm thinking it just outputs these acid blobs, but they don't fall to the ground. You really can't, Corpus. Yeah, I don't have any experience with it, but I've also heard that the rigid body like the physics system doesn't work too well with multiplayer. So this is a long shot. I probably just need to do multiple balls, but that's interesting. Still kind of want to just scale these more. Oh, interesting. So, I haven't used the Unreal 4. Does that handle physics in multiplayer well? That might be enough. Let's save it and see it in Unity. Okay, that feels about right. I just can never stop messing with this stuff. Oh, absolutely, Zacox. I don't know why, but I kind of feel like a more squished shape would help it feel less ball-like. Is the slime... Oh, I see. So like the acid dumping out the front. That's rigid body objects with particle systems on them. So those actually respond to physics, and there's different levels of gravity depending on where you are in the game. So like if gravity's turned off, those will just hover in place. Right, so they would work in zero gravity. Oh, they should absolutely respond. So I don't know if this trap specifically is going to be in zero gravity, but that prefab that has the acid blob is going to show up on objects in zero gravity. So I think that might look better. Oh yeah, that's fine. And I'm actually extremely happy with that. I need to give this thing more bone weight though. So on asymmetry, I'd like the quality to be at least 2 bones. This thing is pretty gross to look at. Alright, so in celebration of getting all that done, let's jump around the microgravity section for a bit. I'm still going to make a... Thank you. Yeah, I'm still going to make a little particle effect for acid just coming out of the spout. But this thing's almost there. Oh, thank you, Unnicked. Yeah, City of Carolers actually just made some really cool textures, which I think makes the whole thing feel a lot more polished. So I am going to spawn a key card, maximize, and now we're just taking the elevator up to the decelerator, which is going to let us transfer to the non-spinning section. And I'm probably going to need some items there as well. So let's go ahead and grab the most useful ones. Though, really, since we're testing out acid, I should grab some acid. So now we're transferring from the spin section to the central hub. So we're running along the outside until we see the hatch for the center, syncing up with the middle, and gravity is changing inside of here as we sync up. And now moving to the hatch. And since we're synced up with the middle, there's no gravity inside here anymore. And I'm going to be madly trying to fix any bugs that she uncovers on the other computer. So now I'm able to jump from wall to wall because there's no gravity here. Thank you, Zach Ox. And here's what that acid looks like in microgravity. That was a terrible throw. Oh, but we can see it going, so kind of stuck to the wall there, but that blob can, at least in theory, float around. And it eats away the walls as it goes. So you can just jump from wall to wall, but you're also able to use items to help you maneuver in zero gravity. So the knife is really nice because you can just stab it into walls and use that to propel yourself around. Oh, thank you, Nick. And thank you, Zach. Yeah, I feel like the new tiles make such a difference for the look of the game. You really break it up. And there's also guards jumping from wall to wall here. So let's see if I can kill some of them. Game doesn't have to be this savvy, but I don't know, it usually is when I play it. Okay, and I am going to get killed because I actually survived that. Oh, thank you so much. Or, wait a minute. Well, how are you doing, Money Bro Much? Oh, it's going to be a little bit. Right now I'm working on just getting to an alpha testing phase. Here's a roadmap for things that I'm planning to do on the game before I can get to alpha testing and before I can get to early access. Wow, that is a whole lot of How are you doing, Money Bro? Yeah, so I feel like I'm pretty close to yeah, on the moon. Pretty close to getting some kind of alpha out where I can at least have people who watch the stream play testing it. And then I'm going to work on getting something really polished and playable to put on early access with like one story path before I start working on adding a lot more in the way of characters and non-linear gameplay. Let's see. So, when I am ready to start having people play the alpha version, I'm going to be posting on the Discord about it and, you know, really inviting the whole community who watches the show to check it out. So now what I'd like to do for this is I'd like just a really simple, thinking about this, just a really simple particle effect. So I think the particle size needs to be bigger on this. Start lifetime is not good on these. And that is way too many of those. What kind of issues do you have with particles in VR? Is it just performance intensive, or are there other issues? So the speed's gonna have to be faster. These actually are too big. We're not going to see anything that isn't past the mask, so I won't even bother making them there. Something like that. Smaller radius, probably. What is this? Like 3, 4. Oh yeah, I've got a whole lot going on in here. Like, here we have a whole bunch of managers for a lot of different things in the game. I also have the rooms in the center of the station separated from rooms in the outside of the station. So, I think the start size could be a lot less. 0.2 and 1. Yeah, maybe I will, Zach. Oh yeah, so this is Unity 3D. It's one of the bigger game engines that people use, especially for indie games. The other really big one is Unreal. Oh no, there's some other ones that that are coming out. Godot is looking really promising. So, Unity actually does work with Linux. The support isn't quite as good as the Windows version, but it works pretty well. And I'm running it on Manjaro Linux. So then the lifetime could be a lot less. And a lot more particles. Just really crash the computers with all those particles. Yeah, I've, on one of my computers, like, I had a version of Windows that, forget what it was, like, Windows 8 maybe, and that thing, whenever I go into Windows on it, it barely runs at all. Like, it's just frozen for like 5 minutes at a time. And we put Manjaro Linux on it, and it's pretty snappy now. I do a lot of Unity work on that computer. And wow, I didn't realize it was so late. So I think it might actually be time for me to might actually be time to find someone to host. But thank you so much, everyone, for watching today. Yeah, that makes sense. Like the Windows 8 I had on that computer, it was just, it's just
Merry Christmas,
totally
one and
frozen.
all.
That's City of Carolers.
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year! So let's see who's going and if anyone's doing game development at the moment.
Do Atromac if they're still going.
Yeah, you think I should do Atromac?
Yeah. Unless Zephyr's going to make.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So it looks like Atromac is doing some character design inside of Blender. It's looking really cool. So we're going to go ahead and raid them. And again, thank you so much, everyone, for watching today. We stream Tuesdays and Thursdays at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. And this Tuesday, New Year's Day, we're going to be doing a big play test of the game and showing some more of the gameplay. And also thanks especially for showing me how shape keys work, Zach. I really appreciate it. And have a great day, everyone.